In the furnace of ancient India, where the sages were scientists and labs were temples of an inquiry, one name glows like a molten gold. Nagarjuna, not the philosopher of Mahayan fame, but the metallurgist and alchemist whose experiments with mercury, iron, and transmutation blurred the line between mysticism and the material science. Legend places him in a Vidarbha and Satvahana dynasty, working in hidden labs, chasing immortality, while perfecting techniques that still echoes in modern metallurgy. In 2026, as nanotechnology, refined alloys, and imitation jewelry thrives on his ancient method, Nagarjuna's story reminds us that the quest to transform matter is timeless as human spirit itself. So let's find out more. In the annals of Indian science, Nagarjuna stands as a figure both enigmatic and luminous. While the name Nagarjuna is often associated with great Buddhist philosopher of 2nd century CE, another tradition celebrates him as a metallurgist and alchemist of medieval India. The Nagarjuna, remembered in text and oral tradition, was a master of rasayan, the ancient Indian science of alchemy, and a pioneer in the metallurgy whose contribution continues to echo into the 21st century. Born, according to some account, in Vidarbha and later associated with Satvahan dynasty, Nagarjuna is said to have established labs in South India. Archaeological evidence from Nagalwadi in Maharashtra suggests that he conducted experiments in metallurgy and chemistry, working with substances like iron, mercury, and his curiosity was not limited to metals. He sought an elixir of immortality, invisibility, and transformation, blending mystical aspiration with the rigorous experimentation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, his most celebrated text is Rasa Ratnakar, is a compilation of chemical knowledge. In it, Nagarjuna discussed the acid, the metals, and the process of purification. He described a method for extracting gold, silver, tin, and copper, and even outlined the distillation techniques. These writings reveal a mind deeply engaged with the material world, yet always linking a chemical process to the spiritual purification. For Nagarjuna, the act of refining metal mirrored the refining or refinement of soul. Impurities must be removed, whether in the matter or in human character. One of his most intriguing contributions was gold shine mechanism. Through experiment, he discovered the ways to transmute the base metal into substance that resemble gold. While not true transmutation, this process produced a gold-like sheen technology that remarkably is still used today in the jewelry industry for imitation of ornament. Thus, a technique born in ancient labs continues to shape the modern aesthetics. Nagarjuna's influence extended beyond the metallurgy. He was also a physician, a yogi, contributing to Ayurveda through texts like Yoga Satak and the Jeev Sutra. His integration of chemistry with medicine enriched Indian medieval traditions, offering insight into the preparation of compound and the treatment. In this way, he embodied the interdisciplinary spirit, a scientist, a healer, a philosopher, rolled into one. In 2026, his legacy feels strikingly modern. His principle of articulated systematic experimentation, purification, and transformation resonate with the contemporary chemistry and the material science. His vision of linking matter and spirit anticipates today's holistic approach, where the science and philosophy are not seen as a opposite but as a contemporary path of understanding. Moreover, his experiment in distillation and meteorology remind us that India's scientific heritage is not peripheral but central to the global history of science. Nagarjun, the metallurgist, thus emerged as a bridge builder between philosophy and chemistry, between ancient aspiration and modern technologies. His labs may have been simple by today's standards, but his imagination was vast, reaching for the immortality and cosmic truth, while the grounding itself in the practical art of working with the metals. In honoring him, we recognize not only as a pioneer of Indian alchemy, but also a timeless symbol of human curiosity, the drive to transform, to refine, and to discover. Nagarjun's alchemy was more than a pursuit of gold. It was a pursuit of knowledge itself. In 2026, as we refine materials at nanoscale, explore new alloy for space exploration, we walk a path he helped to lay centuries ago, providing the fire of inquiry he kindled still that inquiry which he kindled that still actually burns within us in 2026. We have come to the end. Please like and subscribe this channel. Look forward for your comments. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. You are most welcome. Let me ask you, is your market volatility clouding your vision? As a CEO, you are constantly bombarded by the three gunas: the hype, the fear, and the relentless cycle of business that demand your immediate reaction. But what if the secret to your next breakthrough isn't about doing more, but it's about rising above the noise? In this video, we decode Bhagavad Gita and try and find the solution to this particular problem, exploring how to apply ancient wisdom to modern executive decision making. We move beyond the philosophy to provide a tactical framework for maintaining strategic detachment, a mental state that allows you to make unbiased long term decisions while your competitors remain trapped in reactive chaos. Let's go. How many of you had a morning where the moment you opened your eyes, your mind was already racing? Emails, Slack notification, market fluctuation, employee crises, the looming quarterly report. It feels like leading a company and more like trying to keep your head above the water in a storm. We call this the grind. But in the business world, we have glorified that chaos. We confuse being busy with being productive. We confuse reacting to the fire with being a leader. Today, I want to share a secret. It's not about new management framework for Harvard. It's not a secret growth hack from Silicon Valley. It is a 5,000-year-old strategy that is perhaps the most advanced leadership tool that we have ever encountered. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 45 of Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that cuts through the noise of the material world and demand that as a leader you stop being a passenger in your own company and start being a pilot. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know from which city you have tuned in, and what questions you may have about this particular subject. All right, let's move ahead. In Gita, Bhagwan Krishna speaks to Arjun, who, much like a modern CEO, is paralyzed by the complexity of his situation. Krishna introduced the concept of gunas. Now, for those who haven't studied this, the gunas are the three modes of material nature that governs everything we do. Think of them as three settings your brain operates on. First, tamas, which can be equated to inertia. Now, this is a state of stagnation, doubt, and fear. And it's when you procrastinate on that tough decision because you are afraid of the outcome. It's the wait and see approach when your market is dying. Next is rajas, which is very aptly equated to passion or activity. Now, this is the hustle culture. It's the action, desire, and intense ambition. It is the high you get from a record breaking sale month, but also the burnout you feel when things don't go your way. And it's also reactive. Lastly, sattva, which is about clarity or it could be equated to goodness. This is the state of equilibrium. It is the calm, objective, and clear sightedness. And the verse says, quote starts, the Vedas revolve around the three modes of material nature, which are the gunas. But you, Arjun, you have to rise above the gunas. And the quote close. In business terms, this means that the most of your day is spent oscillating between tamas, which is fear of losing, and rajas, which is a desperate need to win. You are constantly being tossed around by the market wind. When the stock is up, you are happy. When the stock is down, you are miserable. You are at the mercy of the gunas. So, what does it mean to rise above them? Does it mean you stop caring? Do you shut down your office and move to Himalayas? Absolutely not. It means achieving strategic detachment. It is the ability to be fully involved in your business, to be a visionary, the strategist, the operator, without being emotionally hijacked by the outcome. So, if you look at this particular image in your mind, one thing that looks pretty clear, that is that you need to be basically striking a balance. Think about your last board meeting where you in sattva in a place of clear, calm, objective truth, or you were in rajas, which is defensive, rushing, trying to prove how hard you have been working to cover up cracks. The secret to strategic clarity is realizing that your value as a CEO is not in the doing, it is in the seeing. When you are fixed on the self, on your core identity, your mission, and your internal stability, you become unshakable. So, how do we operationalize this particular verse? How do we apply this during our Tuesday afternoon crisis? There are a few things I will like to suggest here. Number one is identify your gunas. So, next time when you feel a surge of anger or stress, kindly pause. Literally, stop for 10 seconds. Ask yourself, am I acting out of fear or desperate ambition? Or just naming it, pulls you out of the whole thing. So, it's important to identify your gunas. Number two, the 30,000 foot view, high end view. Krishna advises us to be fixed on self alone. For a CEO, this means being fixed on your core mission. If your mission is rock solid, the daily fluctuation of the market become data point, not threats. You stop reacting to noise and start responding to reality. And number three is the practice of non attachment. So I'm not saying don't care about the profit. I'm saying care more about integrity and strategy. When you detach from the immediate need to be right or validated by the market, you actually make better long term decisions. Paradoxically, the less you chase the result, the more you position yourself to actually achieving them. To basically wrap up now, the world is going to keep spinning. The gunas will keep moving. The market will go up, market will go down. Your competitors will panic, and your employees will look to you to see how you react. So when you are fixed on self, that centers your calmness, gives you clarity, also gives you strategic vision. You become the eye of the storm, and that, my friend, is the only place where the true sustainable business growth happens. Don't be the leaf blowing in the wind. Be the tree that remains standing no matter how hard the storm hits. So, chapter 2, verse 45 isn't just an ancient prayer, it's a new competitive advantage. Thanks for watching. Now go and lead from the center. See you in the next one. Hello friends, how did the India turn thousands of kilometers of concrete into a massive financial engine? In this video, we break down India's ambitious 35,000 crore highway asset monetization strategy for year 27, which is next year 2027. The National Highway Authority of India is leveraging Infrastructure Investment Trust and the toll operate transfer TOT model to recycle public assets by monetizing 28 national highway stretches span over 1,800 kilometers. The government is creating a sustainable revenue stream to fund the future infrastructure development across the country. Let us learn more about it. Imagine you own a house, but instead of just living in it, you could rent out a spare room to earn enough money to build a second house. That is essentially what India is doing with its highway. Welcome back. Today we are diving into a massive financial strategy, how the National Highway Authority of India, which is NHAI, is turning thousands of kilometers of concrete into 35,000 crore cash ATM. This isn't just about collecting tolls, it's a sophisticated blueprint for modern infrastructure development known as asset monetization. Let's break down how it works. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. To understand the 35,000 crore figure, we have to look at the National Monetization Pipeline or NMP launched in 2021. The NMP is a government initiative to unlock the value of existing brownfield infrastructure assets. Think of it this way. The government has already spent billions building these highways. Once they are operational, they don't need to be built anymore. They need to be maintained. Government realized they could invite private investors to take over the operations of these complete road, and in exchange the government gets an upfront lump sum of cash. This cash is then recycled to build new roads, bridges and expressway. It's a perpetual cycle of growth. So how do they actually move the money? NHAI primarily use two powerful mechanisms. First, We have the toll operate transfer model, which is TOT model. Under TOT, the government grants a private player the right to collect tolls and maintain highway stretch for a specific period, usually 20 years. The private player pays the government a massive upfront fee for this right. It's a win-win. The investor gets stable long-term returns and the government gets immediate capital. Second, we have an infrastructure investment trust or INVIT, INVITs. Think of it of an INVITs like a mutual fund, but for roads. NHAI pools several operational highway assets into a trust and offer units to investors, from large pension fund down to retail individuals. Investor get regular dividend from toll revenue collected, and NHAI gets the capital to fund new massive projects. In fact, just this year, the maiden public issue of NHAI Rajmarg Investment Trust was oversubscribed 14 times, proving massive investor confidence. Now, a common question is, does this mean toll will skyrocket? The answer is no. The user fee are strictly regulated under a national highway fee rules. Furthermore, the government has built-in oversight. The agreement includes independent traffic surveyors, strict audit requirements for escrow accounts, and performance monitoring to ensure that the private concessionaries don't prioritize short-term profit at the cost of public goods. The goal isn't to gouge drivers, it's to make the entire ecosystem more efficient and more transparent. This isn't a one-time project. Under the National Monetization Pipeline or Policy 2.0, the government has identified highway assets worth about 4 lakh crores to be monetized through by 2030. For the current year, which is 26-27, the target is specifically 35,000 crores, involving just 28 highways spanning over 1,800 kilometers. By shifting away from traditional budget dependency and moving towards market-driven financing, India is setting a global standard for how a country can leverage its own infrastructure to build a stronger economic future. From an asset-heavy government to an asset-light facilitator, India's approach to highways is changing. So, what do you think, friends? Is this the right way to fund our nation's growth? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell icon for more deep dives into Indian economy. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. I will catch you again in the next one. But before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now, friends, the question today is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Well, some people say they do. Today, we will dive deep into the paradox of progress and the hidden cost of wealth accumulation. In this compelling video, we will explore the psychological, moral, and the social changes that can occur as the men gain wealth and power. Let's go. We live in a world that glorifies the wealth. From the moment we are old enough to understand, we are taught that success, comfort, and happiness are often measured by the size of our bank account. We chase promotions, dream of bigger houses, covet the latest tech, and all under the assumption that more is always better. But what if that wasn't entirely true? What if beneath the shimmering surface of the prosperity there is a hidden cost, a silent erosion that impacts the very core of who we are, especially for men as well as for women? Today we are going to ask a provocative, perhaps even unsettling question: as the wealth grows, do man decay? When we talk about decay, we are not just talking about the physical aspect of it. This isn't about aging. It's about something deeper. It's about the erosion of the character, the fading of the purpose, the fracturing of the genuine connection. It's about the hollowness that creep in even as the external success reaches its peak. For centuries, men have been conditioned to be a provider, protector, conquerors, etc. Our identity often intrinsically linked to our ability to achieve and acquire. So when that acquisition reaches unprecedented levels, what happens to the man himself? Does the very fuel that drives the men, the ambitious for generating wealth, ultimately consumes the man? We are not here to demonize the wealth. Far from it. Wealth can be a tool for good, for freedom, for impact, but like any other powerful tool, it demands respect, awareness, and a clear understanding of the potential pitfalls. Think about the traditional male identity. Historically, it was often forged in the purpose, building, creating, providing, etc. A man's worth was in his contribution, his skill, his character. But in the modern pursuit of wealth, particularly extreme wealth, identity can subtly shift. Instead of driving self-worth from who they are or what they do, it can become dangerously tied to what they own. The endless pursuit of more can create a hamster wheel. You buy the dream car, a bigger house, a private jet. For a moment, there is a thrill, but then the novelty wears off and the void remains. The next logical step is to acquire something even grander. This isn't sustainable. It transforms a man from a purposeful being into a consumer, an accumulator. The drive shifts from internal fulfillment to the external validation. And when your identity is built on possessions, what happens when those possessions inevitably fail to satisfy, or worse, are lost? One of the most insidious form of decay that wealth can inflict is in our own relationship. Genuine connections, intimacy, vulnerability, these are the foundation of the true human flourishing. But wealth can act as an isolation chamber. Firstly, the sheer demand of acquiring and maintaining wealth often means sacrificing time with family, with friends, with community, long hours, constant travel, endless strategizing. These can create physical and emotional distances. Secondly, wealth can breed suspicion. Is this person genuinely interested in me, or in what I can do for them? Are they my friend or my access point? This constant questioning can make genuine vulnerability incredibly difficult, leading to a guarded existence. Thirdly, the lifestyle associated with extreme wealth can be exclusive. It can separate men from their roots. from the everyday experience that fosters empathy and connection with the wider world. When your circle shrinks to only those who share your specific, often insular economic reality, you lose touch with the richness and the diversity of the human experience. This social decay leaves men feeling profoundly alone even when surrounded by others. Human beings, and men in particular, often thrives on challenge, on purpose, on overcoming obstacles. There is a certain edge that comes from striving, from feeling the grit of the struggle. It forges resilience, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation for achievement. But when wealth removes all obstacles, when every need is immediately met and every comfort is readily available, that edge can dull the shine of your life. The drive to create, to innovate, to even feel deeply can be replaced by a passive acceptance of ease. Why build when you can buy? Why strive when you can simply command? This isn't to say comfort is inherently bad, but unchecked, it can become a crutch that prevents growth. It can lead to state of a sort of emptiness, a profound boredom that even greatest luxuries cannot remove. The man becomes soft, not physically but spiritually. He loses the internal, strength built by facing adversities. The path to immense wealth is rarely a straight line. It often presents choices, difficult dilemmas, where moral integrity can be tested. In the pursuit of profit, ethical lines can become blurred, shortcuts are often taken, compromises are made, and suddenly the means to begin to justify the end, no matter how questionable they are. This isn't about blaming wealthy individuals, but acknowledging a systemic pressure. When stakes are high and the potential rewards are astronomically very high, and temptation to bend the rules is higher, to exploit the loopholes or to neglect the human cost of business decisions can be immense. Over time, these small compromises can accumulate, eroding a man's moral compass. What was once unthinkable becomes unacceptable, or rather acceptable, and then it becomes absolutely normal. The decay here is in the spirit, in the values that once defined the man. When a man loses his ethical grounding, he loses a fundamental part of his humanity. Wealth can create powerful illusions of control. The belief that money can solve every problem, protect against every threat, and guarantee a certain future. This can lead to hubris, a sense of invincibility that blind men to their own vulnerability and unpredictable nature of life. But beneath this illusion often lies a profound fear, the fear of loss. The more you have it, the more you have to lose. The constant pressure to maintain, to grow, to protect assets can be a source of immense anxiety. This fear can consume mental space, leading to an inability to truly relax, to be present, or to simply enjoy what has been accumulated. This isn't just about financial loss, it's about the loss of identity tied to that particular wealth, the loss of status, the loss of perceived power. This fear can lead to desperate measures, further ethical compromises, and overall sense of unease, even in the midst of the luxury. It's a mental decay, a constant state of low grade panic, regardless of external circumstances. So, if the potential for decay is real, how do we reverse it? How do we cultivate growth even amidst immense wealth? It starts with awareness and intention. Recognize that wealth is a tool, not an identity. It's about consciously choosing where to focus your energy and attention. Re-establish purpose beyond profit. Find meaning in contribution, in creation, in legacy that isn't just about monetary value. What problems can you solve? What goods can you foster? Prioritize genuine connections. Actively invest time and vulnerability in your relationships. Seek out authentic friendships. Nurture family bonds and engage with diverse communities. Embrace discomfort and growth. Don't let comfort breed stagnation. Seek out new challenges, learn new skills, push your boundaries in a way that aren't tied to financial gains. Cultivate gratitude and mindfulness. Appreciate what you have rather than constantly striving for what you lack. Practice mindfulness to stay present and connect to the richness of everyday life. Define your value and live them. Regularly assess your actions against your core values. By willing to make it harder, more ethical choices, even if it means sacrificing short-term gains. Wealth in itself is neutral. It is the human response to it, the choice we make, the value we hold, that determine its ultimate impact. The question is, as wealth grows, do men decay? Isn't meant to be condemn a success or glory of the rich man, but to invite deeper introspection. It is a reminder that the true prosperity isn't just about what you accumulate, but about you become what you become in the process. The greatest riches a man can possess are not found in the vaults, but in the character, his relationships, his purpose, and his peace of mind. Let us strive not just for financial growth, but for human flourishing. Let us use wealth as a means to build a richer life, not a hollow one. Because in the end, the only thing that truly decays is that what which is neglected. And let us not neglect the men who we are in the pursuit of wealth as we desire. So, friends, I'd like to know if you have any comments, any suggestions, or any questions. Please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. The Indian government has officially placed a temporary ban on the messaging app Telegram. But why is this happening and how does it relate to upcoming NEET re-examination of 2026? In this video, we break down the government latest crackdown on the exam fraud, the specific role Telegram played in spreading the misinformation, and what this means for students appearing for the NEET retest on June 21st. We will also explain the timestamp fraud, that technique that led to the unprecedented moves. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have tried to open Telegram in India over last 24 hours and hit a wall, you aren't alone. As of June 16th, 2026, the Indian government has initiated a temporary nationwide blackout of Telegram messaging platform. But this isn't just about tech glitches. This is a massive coordinated government crackdown aimed directly at one of the most high stakes event in the country, which is the NEET UG examination, and this time it is actually going through re-examination because of situations that we all know. Why would the government shut down one of the most popular messaging app in the country just days before the major exam? Is it overkill, or is it the only way to save the integrity of the national test system? Today we are breaking down the India versus Telegram showdown, explaining the secret timestamp fraud that forced this hand and what this means for the millions of students preparing for June 21st. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and watching this video. To understand the ban, we have to look back at May 3rd, 2026. India held its annual NEET UG medical entrance exam, but the results were eventually annulled following a widespread report of paper leak. For millions of students, this was a disaster. Months of preparation and family savings were suddenly in a limbo. The government and the National Testing Agency, which is NTA, announced re-examination scheduled for June 21st, 2026. But as that date approached, the intelligence report began to paint a disturbing picture. According to the government agency and the NTA, the Telegram, which boasts a massive user base in India, was being weaponized. Cheating syndicates were setting up channels with names like Paper Lead Neat or Private Mafia, aggressively targeting desperate students. They weren't just spreading rumors, they were actively trying to extort families for access to the re exam paper. A paper that NTA maintained, that is perfectly secure within the official chain. Now, let's talk about the specific loopholes that led to this unprecedented move. It is called the timestamp fraud, and it is a brilliant but malicious bit of social engineering. And here is how it works: a scammer creates a Telegram channel, they post a vague, harmless message days before the exam. Once the actual exam concludes and the real questions are out in the public domain, the administrator goes back to their old pre exam message and edit it to insert the legitimate questions, because the Telegram allows channel administrator to edit messages without changing the original timestamp. It creates a terrifying illusion. It looks like they had the paper before the exam even started. This caused massive public panic and allowed scammers to demand lakhs of rupees from vulnerable parents. The government realized that taking down individual channels was like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You delete 10, right? And 20 more pop up. So they decided to cut the power to the whole platform until the exams were safe. This isn't a permanent ban, it's a surgical strike using Section 69A of IT Act of India legal system, which gives the government the power to block online content in the interest of public order and security. The restriction is double layered. Number one is the full app block. This stays in effect until June 22nd, 2026, just after the NEET re-exam is completed. Number two is a feature block. Government has also ordered a Telegram to disable the message editing feature in India until June 30th of 2026 to ensure that even after the ban is lifted, scammers cannot retrospectively manipulate their message history to create more fake leak evidence. Agencies like the I4C, which is Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and state police are coordinating this crackdown. While the tech enthusiasts have criticized the ban as a band-aid solution that impacts ordinary users, the NTA has labeled it to a measure of the last resort to protect the integrity of the medical entrance process. If you are a student, and here is the bottom line for you, especially if you are a student, the NTA has repeatedly stated that there are no paper leaks, and any claims you see on social media, even those that look verified by timestamp, is almost certainly a scam. Do not fall for these extortion attempts. If you see any suspicious activity, call the National Cybercrime Helpline at 1930 or report it on an official portal. Rely only on the official NTA website for your updates. Whether you agree with the government move or think it is an overreach, one thing is very clear: the digital battlefield for exam security has changed forever. What do you think? Was blocking Telegram the right move to stop the fraud, or should the government have focused on some other solution? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more tech and policy breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to Red Planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time, it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR-1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR-1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age-old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You are focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine 2 CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has an unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms. Not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property. It is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, the United Arab Emirates bombshelled the announcement to exit the OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1st, 2026. And this has sent shockwave through the global energy markets. This historic move marks the end of nearly 60 years of membership and signals a massive shift in the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. In this video, we dive deep into why the UAE is walking away, the rising tension with Saudi Arabia, and how this decision, combined with ongoing Strait of Hormuz crisis, could redefine the oil prices forever. Let's go. Today, the global energy landscape didn't just shift, it has actually fractured. In a bombshell announcement that has sent shockwaves from Wall Street to Riyadh, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, has officially declared its exit from OPEC and OPEC Plus alliance effective May 1st, 2026. This isn't just a policy change, it's a geopolitical earthquake. For nearly 60 years, the UAE has been the cornerstone of the world's most powerful oil cartel. But as of this morning, Abu Dhabi is walking away, leaving the Saudi-led organization in what many are calling its biggest crisis since 1970. Why now? What does this mean for your gas prices? And is this the beginning of the end of OPEC? Today we are breaking down the UAE declaration of independence and the massive blow it deals to the global oil order. If you've reached this far, friends, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now moving on, to understand why this is happening, we have to look at the growing tension between UAE and the cartel, which is de facto leader Saudi Arabia. For years, the UAE has been frustrated they have invested billions into expanding their production capacity, aiming for 5 million barrels per day by 2027. But under OPEC's strict quota system, they have been forced to keep much of that oil in the ground. The UAE message is clear. We have the oil, we have the tech, we want to sell it. The official statement from the Emirates news agency emphasizes a strategic and economic recalibration. Essentially, the UAE believes their national interest, which is monetizing their reserves, while demand is very high at this point in time. So they want to make sure that they monetize well in time. No longer align with the production cuts demanded by the rest of the group. By leaving UAE is better on by itself, they are trading the security of the cartel for flexibility because of the free market and other pressures, right? We cannot ignore the elephant in the room, and that is the timing. This exit comes in the midst of massive regional energy shock. With the ongoing conflict involving Iran and the non-closure of almost total closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global supply chain is already under immense pressure. OPEC production fell by staggering 27% in March alone. Some experts like Michael Brown of Pepperstone argue that while the UAE wants to pump more, actually shipping that product through the blockade, through the strait, is nearly impossible right now. This makes the exit even more of a strategic pivot. The UAE is positioning itself as a reliable, independent alternative to the cartels precisely when the world is desperate for stability. By breaking away now, they distance themselves from the collective political baggages of OPEC while the US and Israel navigate the escalating situations with Iran. This is a massive blow to Saudi-led dominance. For decades, OPEC has moved as one, with Riyadh pulling the strings, but with Qatar leaving in 2019 and now the UAE, the third largest producer in the group, following suit, the Saudi-led moniker is losing its weight. So, is this is going to be sustainable? Is there a price war on the horizon? History says maybe. When OPEC members disagree on quotas, we often see a race to the bottom, where countries flood the market with cheap oil to grab market share. If the UAE starts pumping its full 5 million barrel capacity once the regional conflict subsides, it could put immense downward pressure on the global prices. Something Saudi Arabia, which needs high price to fund its Vision 2030 projects, desperately wants to avoid. So what does this mean for you and me, rest of the people in the world? In the short term, volatility. Market hate uncertainty, and the exit of a major player like UAE creates a massive vacuum. Crude oil futures are already jumping as traders try to price in a world without unified OPEC. However, in the long run, this could lead to more competitive pricing. Without OPEC quotas holding them back, the UAE is free to be a swing producer, offering their cost competitive lower carbon barrels to the highest bidder. If other members see the UAE succeeding outside the cartel, we could see a domino effect where Kuwait or Iraq start questioning their own membership. The OPEC crack isn't just a headline, it is the possible start of a decentralized energy market. The UAE exit effective May 1st is the gamble of the historic proportions. They are betting that the future of energy belongs to the flexible and independent, not collective. As the sun set on nearly 60 years of UAE OPEC cooperation, a new era of energy geopolitics begins now. So, is OPEC dead? Very big question, right? Or will Saudi Arabia find a way to rein in the remaining members? Let us know what you think in the comments below. Does this mean cheaper gas or more global instability? In either cases, I would like to know what are your thoughts. So don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification. We'll be tracking the market reaction and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz every day as the story develops. Thanks for watching, thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskara. In an era where the CEOs are obsessed with analytics, KPIs, and AI driven insights, there is a fundamental element of business and humanity itself that numbers simply cannot quantify. Therefore, in this video, we explore the profound leadership lessons that we learn from Bhagavad Gita. And we will actually discuss one particular verse which describes the soul as something amazing to witness yet impossible to fully decode, serves as a powerful metaphor for the CEO's blind spot. Let's go and discuss this further. As CEOs, we live by numbers. We are trained to believe that if we can measure it, we can manage it. We optimize our supply chain, we do A and B tests, and we also test our marketing. We use AI to predict market shifts. We pride ourselves on being data driven. But let me ask you a simple question. How often have you made a perfect decision based on all the available data only for it to fail sometime later because of something which you missed and that was intangible? Maybe it was a culture issue, you didn't see it coming, or sudden shift in consumer feelings that no spreadsheet could capture. Today, I want to talk about your biggest professional blind spot. It is not a lack of data, it is the mistaken belief that data is the only reality. We are going to look at this through the lens of an ancient wisdom, a verse from Bhagavad Gita that suggests there are dimensions of reality that remains by definition beyond our decoding. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's look at the verse now. In this verse, the text describes the nature of the soul, which is the essence of a person or the inner spark, using 3 words. And the quote starts, "For some, the soul is amazing to see, for some, it is perplexing to hear, and for some, it is a mystery when described. No one has really been able to decode the soul as yet." And the quote close. Think about the word mystery. In business, we hate that word. We want clarity. We want an algorithm. But this ancient teaching reminds us that the most vital part of life, and by extension, the core of our business, success are inherently indecodable. You cannot put a human soul, a leader's intuition, or the spark of the innovation into a KPI report. So, why is this CEO's blind spot? Because when we try to decode our team as if they are the machines, we lose them completely. The engagement gap also can define this. You can track hours worked by your team, but you cannot track the soul of and the passion of your employees. And the third point could be the vision gap. The strategy is a data, vision is a mystery. People follow leaders who are comfortable with the mystery, not just leaders who are comfortable with Excel. So, when we focus only on the decodable, we become reactive. We ignore the pulse of our organization. We miss the amazing things happening right in front of us because we are too busy looking at the metrics of the past. So, friends, what does this mean for our daily routine? It doesn't mean throwing away your data, it means developing a different kind of executive presence. Embrace the unknown. When you face a crisis, don't just look for more data. Ask, what is the human element here that I'm not measuring? You can also look at, a method of cultivating intuitions. Intuition is just high speed pattern recognition filtered through experience. It is your internal vision of seeing the amazing. You could also consider, the space itself, which holds the mystery. If your team feels like they are line items, they feel they will perform like line item itself because that's what they believe. If you treat them as a part of a mystery that is still unfolding, that is unique and valuable. You tap into their true potential. The Bhagavad Gita tells us that the soul is a mystery and it is beauty also. Maybe your business is too in a similar fashion. Stop trying to decode everything. Start embracing the mystery, and that is where the real growth will happen. So, friends, my name is CK. Thanks for watching. And if this shift your perspective today, subscribe for more ways to lead with both clarity and humanity. And I will catch you again in the next one.
Hello, friends. The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6, verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very, very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet, the excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Twilight chambers of bat caves. Science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement. It is a messenger of hidden viral world, evolving in silence, yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses, and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats, with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity. It is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony becomes a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the traits that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that a spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, the near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations. Like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event, but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave inform the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet, the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to definitely essential to ecosystem. Now when we demonize them and would be counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance, protecting bat habitats, reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemics are ecological phenomena before they are they become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So thus the study of virus ecology is in the bat's cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience and interconnectionness. Now these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So, in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway to of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. For from the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the Batcave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So, by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats; they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So, in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So, we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Welcome, namaskaram. Thank you to every single one of you for being part of this journey. Reaching this milestone is a testament to the incredible community that we are building together. A community driven by curiosity, professional growth, and a desire to understand the intersection of technology, strategy, and the timeless wisdom. From decoding the latest AI trends and the global business shifts to exploring the leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita and navigating the complexity of the modern corporate world, your engagement with feedback fuel everything we do here at Akulmach Business. So, friends, if you're watching this, you are the part of something very special. Today, we aren't just here to talk business or analyze the latest AI trends. Today, we are here to celebrate. It's right. We have officially crossed 4,000 subscriber milestone here on the Akulmach Business YouTube channel. It's a number that represents so much more than just a digital on screen. It represents 4,000 individual professionals, students, aspiring leaders, and lifelong learners who have chosen to spend their valuable time engaging with our content. We started this platform with a specific vision to build a space where ancient wisdom meets modern strategy. Whether it's decoding the logic of a black hole, understanding the legalities of AI, or applying the timeless verses of Bhagavad Gita to the boardroom leadership, we wanted to create a community that think differently. And seeing 4,000 of you join that mission is quite simply humbling. When we look back at the journey that brought us here, we think about the why. When we launched the channel, we were just a few people with sort of a microphone and a lot of ideas. We wanted to bridge the gap between traditional education and the reality of 2026 business landscape. Think about the variety of topics that we have tackled so far. We have dissected the logistics empire in major corporations. We have analyzed the ethical implications of algorithmic liability. We have sat down to discuss the unshakable CEOs. The common thread of all of it, it's the curiosity. You, our audience, are the ones driving this channel. You are the ones asking the tough questions in the comments, and you are the ones pushing us to go deeper, to research harder, and to provide more value. We have seen the community grow during some of the most volatile and exciting times in the global market. We have navigated the shifts in the AI sector together, and every single time we hit the publish, we are reminded that there is a hunger for high level intellectual discussions. So, thank you for validating that vision. In the spirit of our channel, I want to bring in a moment of reflection, we talk often about Bhagavad Gita on this channel. One of the core lesson is about detachment from the fruits of action, performing your duty with dedication while remaining centered, regardless of the outcome. That's exactly the philosophy we are trying to apply to Akulmach business. Yes, 4,000 is a fantastic milestone. It is a metric of growth, but for us, the real success isn't the number. It is the quality of the conversions. It is the email that we received from students saying our Gita based leadership video helped them through difficult exams, or professionals who told us our AI market analysis helped them pivot their career. That is the real subscriber count. It's the impact. As we move towards the 5,000 target, we promise to keep that at the core of our operations. We aren't chasing trends just for the sake of clicks. We are chasing clarity, strategic foresight, and wisdom. So, thank you for being the audience that demand that level of depth. So, what does on being behind the scene here in the studio? I think many of you see that final product, but you don't see the late nights of research, the script revisions, the technical challenges, and the constant drive to keep the production quality high. It is intense, but it is incredibly rewarding. Whether it is setting up the masterclass for the live stream beginners courses or producing content about the next lunar mission, our team at Akulmach is obsessed with one thing: how to make complex subject accessible and actionable for you. We have had our challenges, absolutely. There has been a week where the industry changed so fast we had to rewrite the scripts hour before filming, but these challenges have only made us sharper. And your feedback, your support in the comment section, the shares, the likes, that's the fuel that keeps the engine running. So we have hit 4,000 today. Now the question is, what is next? Our target is 5,000, but we aren't just looking at the numbers, we are looking at the roadmap. We have big plans. We are expanding our focus on deep dive business strategy, more framework on how to survive the next generation of AI disruption. We will also focus on space and tech. We are ramping up our coverage on new space race, lunar colonization, and the technology that will define the next decade. We will also look at the educational revolution. We are continuing to work with UPSC aspirants and those looking to reskill in an evolving economy. We have some exciting guests and collaboration in the pipeline that we can't wait to share. The journey to 5,000 is going to be faster, deeper, and more dynamic than ever before. We hope our stay is strapped in for the ride. If you have been with us since the beginning, thank you. If you are new to Akulmach Business Family, welcome. We are so glad that you are here. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the button and join us. And for everyone, the best way you can help us reach our next target for 5,000 is to share your favorite video from our channel with with one colleague or friend who might find it valuable. Let's keep growing, let's keep learning and keep leading. Once again, thank you all for 4,000 subscription. We'll see you very soon in the next one, my friends. Bye for now. Hello, friends, and Namaskaram. On June 15th, 1908, a landmark moment in India's financial history took place in the formal incorporation of Calcutta Stock Exchange as one of the oldest stock exchange in Asia and the second to be established in India after the Bombay Stock Exchange. The CSE, the Calcutta Stock Exchange, quickly transformed into a primary engine of the financial growth of the Eastern India region. Therefore, in this video, we explore the origins of the exchange, its original 150 founding members, and how it cemented Calcutta's status as a premier hub for trade, industry, and investment in the early 20th century. Let's go. June 15th in 1908, a date that might seem like just another page in history. But for the financial world of Asia, it was a turning point. Imagine the scene: horse driven carriages clattering over the cobblestone of a line range, the air thick with humidity of Bengal summer, and the hum of the city that served as the heartbeat of the British Empire in India. On this day, a group of visionaries gathered to do something bold. They were signing a charter to create Calcutta Stock Exchange. Today, we are going back in time to see how it all began. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed further. To understand the importance of 1908, we have to understand the city. At the time, Calcutta wasn't just a city, it was the commercial powerhouse of the East. The massive British trading houses were located there, managing the tea gardens of Assam, the jute mills along the Hooghly, and the sprawling coal mines of the hinterlands. Before the exchange, trading happened informally, often under the shades of neem tree or the makeshift offices. But the scale of business was becoming too vast, too complex for informal handshakes. The economy demanded order. The economy demanded an institution. Enter the 150 founding members, of initial founding members. They weren't just the merchants, they were the architects of India's modern financial landscape. When the Calcutta Stock Exchange was incorporated on June 15th, 1908, it wasn't a sole effort, it was a massive collaboration of both Indian and European brokers. Think about the friction of that era. Yet, in the pits of exchange, business came first. They pooled their resources, established a regulatory code, and decided that instead of scattered trading, they would create a unified marketplace. The exchange became the second in all of India, trailing only the Bombay Stock Exchange, and it quickly became the primary financial hub for everything happening in the East. Why does this matter today? Because the Calcutta Stock Exchange fueled the industrial revolution of East India. When you look at the growth of the coal industry, the massive exports of jute that were essential to global trade, or the tea plantation that became household names. We are looking at companies that were at the same point traded right there on the lines range. It provided the liquidity and the transparency that allowed these businesses to grow from small family run business operations into massive corporate entities. It set the stage for how India would handle capital, risk, and investment for the next century. The building online range still stands today, a silent witness to over a century of boom, bust, policy shift, and the sheer grit of the trader who walked on its floor. While the world of finance has moved into a digital realm where billions of dollars exchange hand in milliseconds via fiber optics cable, the spirit of 1908 remains relevant. It taught us that the economy is only as strong as the institution itself. Founders of 1908 didn't just create a building, they created a culture of trust and commerce that laid the foundation for the India as we see it today. History isn't just about dates and charters, it's about people who saw the potential for a better, more organized future. June 15th, 1908 changed everything for the traders of Calcutta and, by extension, for the history of Indian finance. So, friends, thanks for joining me on this trip back to 1908. If you enjoyed this dive into our financial heritage, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon. I want to know what other historic institutions should we uncover next. Drop a suggestion in the comments below, and I will see you next very soon, friends. Bye for now.
Hello friends, welcome to this executive lesson, and the big question that we have on our mind today which we want to address is, can detachment actually lead to better result in business? This is a very profound question, and that is why in today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often told that the end justifies the means. All right, so there is nothing about detachment, but the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, talks about detachment all the time. They are saying that if you shift your focus from the result to your nishkam karm, basically undivided attention to your work, that will give you better result, and therefore this should be your strategy. And this will also take away your high pressure, whereas you are not focused about result, but you are actually focused about the work, which is the worship in this case. So friends, stick around, because this is going to be very interesting. It is going to be useful for people in the leadership position, also for anybody who want to implement, follow Bhagavad Gita. So friends, I will start the discussion now.
We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single matrix, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony: the more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical postures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1. Define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2. Practice strategic detachment. During high-stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3. Audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive. It's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to the business section of Akulmach Live. We have all heard about the nuclear breakthrough India just reported. However, the big question today is India about to become the world's nuclear energy hub? Why we are saying this? Because recently Government of India did some changes, policy changes, and because of that, the world over, all the entrepreneurs, all the business investors are now eyeing towards investing in India's nuclear program, which is basically for energy generation. Why it is different? Because this is based on thorium and not on uranium, because uranium there is a lot of risk, and people will say, okay, now if you are using uranium, you may be having a plan for for some sort of nuclear weapon development. But here in this case, thorium is abundant in India. We don't have to basically buy uranium from other countries. Thorium is readily available in India, and the beauty here is that for thorium reactor you don't need to basically build very large reactor, and therefore India has decided to build these small reactors. And recently what we are discussing today is that the FDI has been allowed in these small reactors, and because of that lot of investors are now coming through the FDI route, trying to invest in these small thorium reactors. And they have also passed, the Indian government, Indian Parliament has also passed something called Shanti Act. Now for those who understand Hindi, Shanti basically means peace. So they have passed a Shanti Act, which is a metaphor for Peace Act, which allow investor to invest in the thorium program, which is now started by India. So friends, stick around in this video because we are going to discuss this in detail.
For decades, the Indian nuclear sector was forbidden fortress. It was state-run, shielded from private players, and largely close to the global capital. But in 2025, everything changed. The Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, just cleared a policy that effectively ends the nuclear isolation era by allowing up to 49% foreign direct investment, also known as FDI, in small modular reactor, SMRs. India has fired, starting a pistol for a multi-billion-dollar race. Why now? Well, the world is hungry for carbon-free base load power, and India has world's most ambitious energy roadmap. We aren't just talking about a few power plants. We're talking about a $200 billion shift. Today, we are breaking down the global investor from the US, France, and Russia are suddenly lining up at the India's door. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk technology. Traditional nuclear plants are like massive cruise ships. They take 15 years to build and cost 10 billion or more. If one thing goes wrong, the whole project stalls. Small modular reactors, or the SMRs, are the speedboats and speedboats of the nuclear world. These are the reactors that produce between 77 megawatts and 300 megawatts of power. They are built in factories on the assembly lines and shipped to the site. India has introduced its own version, the Bharat Small Reactor, which is acronym for BSR. Why investors love them? They offer lower entry price. Instead of risking $10 billion, a private company can partner with the Nuclear Power Corporation of India to build a modular unit for a fraction of the cost. So it has speed of delivery. Definitely you can actually go from groundbreaking to grid connected in about 5 years. For an investor, faster construction means a faster return on investment. The real magic happened in the boardroom. The Indian government passed the Shanti Act of 2025. This wasn't just another law, it was a legal bridge. Before this, foreign companies were terrified of Indian civil liability laws. If there was an accident, the supplier could be sued into bankruptcy. The new policy provider, in fact, clears a framework for risk sharing between Indian state and the foreign investor. By allowing 49% FDI, India is saying, we want your tech and we want your cash. but we will keep the keys to the security of the facility. Therefore, the balance of 51% will be state control and 49% will be private investment. And that is why this is a sweet spot. And that has a global giant like Holtec International, GE, Hitachi dusting off their blueprints for Indian soil. The investment isn't just about technology, it's about demand. Indian economy is booming, and definitely it's also growing by leaps and bounds. And the rest of the world can only dream of at that kind of speed India is moving forward. We are building gigafactories for EVs, massive data centers for AI, and huge green hydrogen hubs. All these things have one thing in common. India needs 24/7 power. Solar and wind are great, but they don't work when the sun goes down and the wind stops, right? So SMRs are being pitched as the captive power sources. Imagine massive steel plants in Odisha or a tech park in Bengaluru having its own dedicated SMR right next door. Investors see this industrial demand as the guaranteed revenue stream. It is not just selling power to the grid, it is powering the future of the global manufacturing. Now let's talk about the long game. India has the world's largest reserve of thorium, believe it or not. The traditional reactors runs on uranium, which India has to import. But thorium, we have enough of it in our beaches to power the country for centuries. And what is the catch here? There's always a catch, right? You cannot just put thorium in a standard reactor. You need a breeder process. So SMRs are perfect test bed for this. By inviting FDIs into SMRs, India is accelerating its three-stage nuclear program. The global investors provide capital today for uranium-based SMRs are essentially helping build the infrastructure that will eventually run on thorium. It's a transition that could make India the OPEC of the 22nd century. So why are the global investors eyeing India at this point in time? It is a perfect storm of the clear policy, which is based on FDI, proven demand, which is the industrial growth, and the futuristic tech, which is based on thorium. India's goal is to hit 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047. It's a massive mountain to climb, but for the first time, India isn't climbing it alone. With global capital and private innovation now in the mix, the atomic age of India hasn't just arrived. It is actually going to get onto overdrive. So friends, what do you think? Is opening nuclear power to foreign investment is a master stroke for energy independence or a risky move? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more deep dives into the tech and policy that is shaping India's future. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Welcome friends. Recently Artemis 2 has been a very successful trip to moon, created many landmarks, but one of the things that we can now imagine in future, not so far away but very near future, is the settlement, humanity settlement. But then how it will happen? There are so many challenges. One of the challenge is related to habitat, and therefore this company, a startup in USA, they are going to basically talk about the new type of habitat structure. They are going to convert the moon into a real habitable real estate, when the humans travel to moon and successfully land on the moon, etc. So the big question is the future on of humanity on the moon is inflatable? Remember this word inflatable, because this company, which is known as Max Space, they are actually talking about inflatable habitat which can reach moon, and then can be inflated, and then they are readily available. No digging required, no construction, no 3D printing, none of those things. These are ready to build housing, and as soon as the astronaut arrive there, the houses will be ready. So this is a game changer, and this is very exciting. So in today's video we are going to discuss how this is going to happen, what are the roadblocks, what are the opportunities, and how this Max Space is changing the landscape, especially for the human settlement, not only on moon but in future outside in other worlds. So stick around friends, because this is going to be very, very interesting video.
Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface cost a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida-based startup called Max Space has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop-up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over, and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the Max Space important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kemmer, Max Space is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station, delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable on the moon, well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and a radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But Max Space design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by a high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number 3 is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby, marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon base phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Star Lab, in fact, the Voyager you may be knowing is the company behind this Star Lab space station, and has made a multi-million-dollar investment in Max Space to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these Max Space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove it their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky or rather the lunar South Pole is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, The question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
कश्मीर की धरती ने अनेक महान शासकों को जन्म दिया, परंतु उसमें से एक नाम विशेष रूप से इतिहास में चमकता है। कश्मीर की वादियों में जब सत्ता डगमगाने लगी, तब एक महिला ने अपने साहस और बुद्धिमत्ता से इतिहास की दिशा बदल दी। वह थी रानी दिद्दा, विकलांगता के बावजूद अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति वाली शासक, जिन्हें कश्मीर की आयरन वुमन के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। उनका जीवन की जो कहानी है हमें बताती है कि शक्ति केवल शरीर में नहीं होती, बल्कि मन संकल्प में होती है। दिद्या का शासन का लगभग 22 वर्षों तक चला और उनका जीवन साहस, राजनीति की गहरी समझ और अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। दिद्या का जन्म 1924 ईस्वी में हुआ था। बचपन से ही शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर थी। उनकी एक टांग विकलांग थी, लेकिन इस कमजोरी को उन्होंने कभी अपनी शक्ति पर हावी नहीं होने दिया। उनका मनोबल इतना दृढ़ था कि उन्होंने अपने जीवन को एक चुनौतीपूर्ण किंतु प्रेरणादायक यात्रा बना दिया। वह लोहारा वंश की राजकुमारी थी और कश्मीर के राजा क्षेम गुप्त से उनका विवाह हुआ था। विवाह के बाद वे कश्मीर की रानी बनी। क्षेम गुप्त की मृत्यु के बाद दिद्दा ने शासन की बागडोर अपने हाथों में ली। प्रारंभिक रूप में उन्होंने अपने पुत्र अभिमन्यु के साथ शासन किया। 1975 ईस्वी में पुत्र अभिमन्यु की मृत्यु हो गई और दिद्दा ने अपने पोते नरेंद्र गुप्त, त्रिभुवन गुप्त और भीम गुप्त को क्रमशः गद्दी पे बिठाया, परंतु वास्तविक सत्ता उनके हाथ में ही थी। एंड जल्द ही उन्होंने राजनीतिक क्षमता और कठोर निर्णय से इस पूरे क्षेत्र को एक वास्तविक सत्ता का केंद्र बना दिया। दिद्दा का शासन काल लगभग 22 वर्ष तक चला। इस दौरान उन्होंने अनेक षड्यंत्रों विरोधों का सामना किया। दरबार में उनके खिलाफ कई बार विद्रोह हुए, परंतु उन्होंने अपनी चतुराई और कठोर नीतियों को के साथ उन सभी को परास्त किया। कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने अपने विरोधियों को समाप्त करने के लिए कोई भी एक्चुअली संकोच नहीं किया, चाहे वो दरबारी हो या उनके रिश्तेदार। और अगर उनके प्रशासनिक सुधार की बात की जाए तो वो भी काफी बड़े उन्होंने उस समय किए थे, जैसे कि कर व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और सेना को संगठित किया, सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। और उन्होंने सबसे बड़ी अगर उपलब्धि मानी जाए तो उन्होंने कश्मीर को राजनीतिक अस्थिरता से बाहर निकाला और राज्य को एक मजबूत प्रशासनिक ढांचे में ढाला। उन्होंने ये व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और कश्मीर की जो सीमाएं हैं उसको भी सुरक्षित किया। दिदा का शासन काल अगर कई इतिहासकार बोलते हैं कठोर था, परंतु प्रभावी भी था। उन्होंने ये साबित किया कि एक महिला चाहे शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर ही क्यों ना हो, दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति बुद्धिमत्ता से पूरे राज्य को संभाल सकती है। उनके शासन के बाद कश्मीर में लोहारा वंश की नींव और भी मजबूत हो गई। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस चर्चा को आगे और बढ़ाते हैं। इतिहासकार जो हैं वो मानते हैं, कई इतिहासकार मानते हैं कि दिद्दा काफी निर्दयी शासक थी। तो कभी वो ये भी बताते हैं कि वो दूरदर्शी नेता भी थी। लेकिन इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं कि दिद्दा ने कश्मीर के इतिहास में अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी। उनकी कहानी हमें सिखाती है कि परिस्थितियां चाहे कितनी भी कठोर क्यों ना हो, साहस दृढ़ता से उन्हें बदला जा सकता है। रानी दिद्दा का जीवन हमें यह भी सिखाता है कि शक्ति शारीरिक सामर्थ्य में नहीं बल्कि दृढ़ संकल्प दूरदर्शिता में निहित होती है। विकलांगता के बावजूद उन्होंने कश्मीर की सत्ता संभाली, षड्यंत्रों को परास्त किया और राज्य की स्थिरता बनाए रखी। उनके शासन काल ने यह प्रमाणित किया कि महिला भी कठोर निर्णय लेकर इतिहास की धारा बदल सकती है। अगर देखा जाए तो दिद्दा की कहानी साहस और नेतृत्व की है, जिसने अमित छाप कश्मीर के इतिहास पर छोड़ी है। कभी कई लोग उनको निर्दयी कहते हैं, कई दूरदर्शी कहते हैं, लेकिन उनकी गाथा हमें ये प्रेरणा देती है कि कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी यदि मनोबल अडिग रहे तो असंभव को भी संभव किया जा सकता है। तो अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और विषय पर अगर आपकी कोई टिप्पणी हो तो उसको भी हमारे साथ साझा कीजिए। अब हम ये समाप्त करते हैं आज की मुलाकात। आपसे फिर बहुत जल्द मुलाकात होगी। तब तक अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेस एक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेस एक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेस एक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेस एक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे। और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है और इसने कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेजी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब उसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे। लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहाँ पे जब खुलता है मार्केट तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया। शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी, और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95, मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था और दिन के अंत होते होते 160.95 डॉलर्स तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई, और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेस एक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है, और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों जरूरी है? देखिए, स्पेस एक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है। एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहां पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है, और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है, और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए, स्टारलिंक स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेस एक्स के साथ, तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स में जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है ज़मीन के अंदर। और तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो ज़मीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या ज़मीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं ज़मीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन्स चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है। तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और उनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा, और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेसएक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं। सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ के वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद। Namaskaram doston, you're most welcome. In a world of constant notifications and the rapid fire decisions, the greatest threat to a CEO's success isn't the competitor, it is the inability to focus. Therefore, in this video, we explore the high cost of distraction in executive leadership and share a 5,000-year-old framework for mental clarity. We will actually take help from Bhagavad Gita and try to decode this particular issue. Let's go and explore this further. We've all been here, haven't you? Late night, glowing screen, the weight of the company on your shoulder, and a whirlwind of notifications, market alerts, and urgent emails spinning around your head. In the modern business world, we are conditioned to believe that the multitasking is a superpower. We think that being connected is the same as being effective. But I'm here to tell you that this fragmented state of mind is costing you your greatest asset, your decision making capacity. In the C suite, distraction isn't just an annoyance, it is your greatest enemy. It is the silent thief of strategic foresight. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old solution to this modern crisis. We are going to discuss how a single verse from Bhagavad Gita can turn around a scattered executive into an unshakable leader. What happens when your mind is fragmented? You lose the big picture. You focus on the urgent, never the important, right? Your intuition dulls. You stop sensing the weather of your market because you are too busy checking the barometer every 5 seconds. You lose your presence. Your team can feel it. When the CEO is distracted, the company culture becomes reactive, anxious, and erratic. The problem isn't that you lack talent, it is that your senses, your connection to the influx of constant noise data, are effectively holding your mind hostage. you are experiencing what we might call executive overload. Thousands of years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the warrior prince Arjun faced a crisis of focus. His mind was shattered. The solution offered to him in the Bhagavad Gita, which is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 61, is relevant to the modern CEO as it was to that ancient leader. The verse essentially states, and the quote starts, the only way to maintain steady wisdom is to control your senses and absorb your mind in me. Now, let's strip away the complexity. What does this mean for your business? Control your senses. In your term, this means managing your input. It is not just about turning off your phone, it's about curating the information that reaches your brain. A CEO who reads every headline, checks every Slack channel, and engages in every micro drama is a CEO whose senses are uncontrolled. Next is absorb your mind in me. In a spiritual context, this refers to the divine. In the leadership context, however, I want you to replace that with your vision or your company's North Star. To absorb your mind means to be so completely anchored in your long term goal, your company's mission, and your strategic intent that external noise simply bounces off and it does not affect you. How do you actually get there? And here are your technical guide to apply verse 61, and you can do it from tomorrow morning. First, build a sensory firewall. You have the power to limit inputs, schedule your deep work, block where no notifications are allowed, protect your mental bandwidth, and the same way you protect your company's capital. Number two, practice the observer mentality. When a crisis hit, don't jump into the middle of it immediately. Take a step back. Observe the chaos. By controlling your sensory reaction to the bad news, you gain a split second of clarity that your competitor won't have. And number three, re anchor hourly. Every hour, ask yourself, does what I'm doing right now align with my highest strategic priority? If the answer is no, you are letting your senses distraction, which is your distraction, dictate your time. Mastering your mind is not about becoming a monk, it's about becoming a strategist. When you stop chasing every shiny object and every urgent email, you become the most powerful person in the room because you are the one and only who is truly steady. Distraction is easy. It's a path of least resistance. But leadership is the practice of holding the line. You have a choice. You can continue to let the market, the notification, and the urgent demand pull you in thousand different directions, like the first in the first para we described, or you can choose to be the steady hand at the center of the storm. Control your input, anchor your mind in your vision, master your mind, and you will find that you are no longer just reacting to the market. You are the one defining it. If you found this insight valuable, I challenge you to the test, which is based on 2.61, and I call it 2.61 protocol. 2.61 is chapter 2, verse 61 of Bhagavad Gita. And just do it for just 1 week. Cut the noise, deepen the focus, watch what happens to your decision making. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern leadership, friends. Until next time, lead with clarity. And I will catch you again in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 जून, और आज तो सोमवार है, तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर, जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं, आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धया मृत्यो मोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्यो मोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युमोक्षीय महामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवान् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफ़ा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों, अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार। In the world of high-stake business, we talk about freedom. We in fact talk a lot about freedom and market freedom, financial freedom, the freedom to innovate. But for the modern CEO, the reality is often opposite. You are tethered to the stock ticker, bound by the expectations of the board, and often a prisoner to your own decision-making loop. We call this the invisible ceiling, the point where your intelligence and hard work cannot take you any further because your mind is too cluttered with the noise of the trade. But what if there was a way to achieve a state of strategic liberation, a state where you operate with absolute clarity, where your decisions are not reactive but visionary? Over 7,000 years ago, a roadmap for this exact state was laid out in a dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 17. It's not just a spiritual mantra, it is the ultimate executive manual for the 21st century. Those whose intellect is merged in Him, whose mind is one with Him, who are established in Him, for whom He is the supreme goal, their sins being dispelled by knowledge, go to the state from which there is no return. Well, this is a quote and translated into English. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching and who's not. Now let's proceed further. To a CEO, this might sound like a religious abstraction, but let's translate this into leadership language. The words identify 4 pillars of focus. First, intellect. What is the intellect? Your strategic analytical power. Next, mind. Your emotional intelligence and focus. Third, establishment. Your core values and conviction. Fourth, the goal. Your ultimate vision or the North Star. So the Gita suggests that when these 4 are aligned with supreme truth, or in the business terms, a transcendental purpose, you reach a state of no return. In business, that is a definition of the legacy. One of the most striking phrases in this verse is the sin destroyed by knowledge. In a boardroom, we don't use the word sin, but we do use word error. In this context, sin refers to the mental impurities that could cloud judgment. Ego, attachment to a specific outcome, fear of failure, cognitive biases, etc. Think of these as the cognitive debt. Every time you make a decision based on your ego rather than data point, you base on how we have always done it rather than the truth. You accrue debt. This debt slows your company down and it creates a friction. So the Gita says this debt is destroyed by knowledge, not just information. We have plenty of that, but realized knowledge is missing here. This is the ability to see the market, your competitor, your own team exactly as they are, without distorting the lens of your own desires or fears. When knowledge destroys error, liberation begins. The verse ends with bold promise, the path of liberation where there is no rebirth. The spiritual terms, this is the moksha. In the boardroom, this is the high performance flow state. No rebirth means you stop repeating the same mistake. Have you ever noticed that how some companies seems to hit the same wall every 5 years? The same culture issues, the same product, market fit struggles, the same leadership turnover, and that is a cycle of rebirth in business. The strategic liberation means moving past those cycles. It means your leadership has evolved to a point where you are no longer a manager of crisis, but a creator of realities. You have reached a level of clarity where you don't have to go back to the old ways of struggling. You are no longer reacting to the waves. You are the ocean yourself. So how does you apply Gita 5.17 on a Tuesday morning before a merger or a product launch? I have few tips for you. First, fix the intellect. Start your day by detaching from the outcome. Focus entirely on the integrity of the strategy. Next, dissolve your ego. Ask yourself, am I making this choice to be right or to be effective? If it is to be right, that's the sin. And the verse mentions this very clearly. Let knowledge dissolve it. Right? Next is establish the North Star. Ensure your supreme goal isn't just this quarter's earning, but a purpose that provides value to the world. When your goal is supreme, your stamina becomes infinite. True leadership isn't about control, it's about alignment. Chapter 5, verse 17 of Bhagavad Gita teaches us that when our intellect, mind, and faith are fixed on a truth higher than our own, we become liberated from the friction of the corporate world. We move beyond the boardroom. we stop being driven by the fear of loss and start being pulled by the power of vision. This is the strategic liberation. That is the path of the sage leader. The question isn't whether you can afford to learn these lessons. The question is, can you afford the rebirth of your past mistakes, and what happens if you don't? My name is CK, and this has been a look into the timeless wisdom of Gita for the modern executive. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Before we move on to the next video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, most welcome and namaskaram. Let me break the ice by asking you a very profound question. Is the hustle culture actually holding your business back? In this video, we explore how a 5,000-year-old principle from Bhagavad Gita are the secret to the modern executive excellence. We break down why the true leadership starts with the mind, not just the market. We will discover why a disciplined CEO is the only one who can navigate the volatility with clear intelligence and sustainable peace. If you are a leader looking to transition from reactive management to the mindful strategic control, this video is for you. Let us go and discuss this further. So friends, if you are a CEO or a leader, you always know the feeling. It's late in the night. It's probably 9 p.m. and you have been busy in back-to-back meetings since 7 a.m. Your inbox is overflowing. The Slack messaging is buzzing and the market is volatile. You are moving fast, but are you moving forward fast enough? We live in an age of hyper hustle. We are taught that the only way to scale is to do more and much faster. But as many of you have discovered, speed without direction is just a chaos. When your mind is scattered, your strategy becomes reactive, and when your strategy is reactive, your business plateaus. What if I told you that secret to multi-billion-dollar boardroom breakthrough wasn't a new piece of technology, but a piece of ancient logic? Today we are decoding a verse from Bhagavad Gita, which is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 66, that act as a master class in leadership and discipline. It's not about philosophy, it is a framework for competitive advantage. The verse is profound in its simplicity. It says, and the quote starts, An undisciplined person has no clear intelligence, and without the intelligence, there is no power of contemplation. Without the contemplation, there is no peace. And without the peace, where can there be no happiness? Let's dismantle this in business terms in a cascading equation. First is discipline. Without it, you lose focus. Next is intelligence. Without focus, you lose your ability to analyze, foresee, and also pivot. Peace. Without that clarity, you lose your composure. Happiness, happiness can be a result also. Without composure, you cannot build a sustainable winning culture. In the corporate world, we usually prioritize intelligence as raw IQ, data, and analytics. But the Gita suggests that the intelligence is useless if you lack the discipline to control your own mind. If you are hijacked by every market swing, every competitor's move, or every internal crisis, you aren't leading, you're just reacting. Think about that, the last major crisis your company faced. Did you make your best decisions in the height of the panic or in the moment where you stepped back, breathed, and regained your composure? True discipline in business isn't about working 80 hours a week. It's about sensory control. In our current world, our senses are under attack 24/7. Notification, news, emails, they are all trying to hijack your attention. When your attention is fragmented, your intelligence, your ability to see the big picture evaporates. The disciplined leader act like the eye of the hurricane. The storm is swirling around them, which is the market, the employees, and the investor, but the leader remains still. This stillness is not passive, it is a highly active strategic state of mind. When you are disciplined, you cultivate clear intelligence. You stop chasing trends and start identifying structural opportunities. You stop reacting to noise and start responding to signals. That is how the ancient wisdom fuels modern success. It transforms you from a manager of chaos into architect of growth. So, friends, how do we apply this in C-suite tomorrow morning? And here are the 3 ways to practice this discipline. First, strategic silence. And in other words, you can call it morning audit. Spend first 15 minutes of your day without input. No phones, no news, no emails. Your brain needs to reset its baseline. This is where your intelligence recovers from the previous day's noise. Number 2, the pause protocol. Before you even react to an urgent email or a negative Slack message, create a forced delay. Even 60 seconds of breathing shift you from a reactive fear-based brain to the prefrontal cortex, the strategic logical brain. That 60 seconds could be the difference between a rash decision and a legacy defining move. And number 3 is define your true north. The Gita emphasizes contemplation. Are you contemplating your vision or are you just managing your inbox? Set a weekly deep think. No output, just thinking. Contemplation is the filter for your intelligence. The final part of the verse says, without peace, there can be no happiness. We often think happiness or in business, high morale or retention is a byproduct of high pay or a nice perk. But it starts with the CEO. If the leader is anxious, the culture is also anxious. If the leader is disciplined and peaceful, the culture becomes stable, reliable, and capable of sustaining growth. The ancient wisdom isn't a retreat from the modern world. It is the fuel that allows you to be master of the modern situation. You don't need to be less ambitious. You need to be more centered. Discipline your mind, sharpen your intelligence, find your peace, and watch how everything else, things like revenue, culture, and your own satisfaction begins to fall in place. So friends, if you found this breakdown useful, I want to hear from you. What is that one thing you do to protect your focus in the middle of a crisis? Drop a comment below. And don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into leadership and wisdom. Lead with clarity. And I will see you again in the next one. SpaceX and Blue Origin have billions in capital and massive factories. But a new player is a proof that you don't need deep pockets to reach the stars. Astrobase is trading vertical integration for a scrap to orbit philosophy that prioritizes the agility over scale. Can a decentralized manufacturing actually defeat the aerospace giant? Let's go and explore this further. Namaskaram, friends, you're most welcome. If you look at the commercial space industry over the past decade, one narrative has dominated over others: the absolute unyielding dominance of SpaceX. With a launch cadence that leaves legacy space agencies in the dust, a nearly impenetrable monopoly on heavy lift reusability via Falcon 9, and the colossal titanium and steel ambition of the Starship rising out of Starbase, Texas, Elon Musk aerospace giant has looked virtually untouchable. For a long time, the only counterweight anyone talked about was Blue Origin, backed by Jeff Bezos. Seemingly bottomless, deep pocket, massive factory infrastructure, and slow but steady creed of the of the ferocity. The Blue Origin represents the traditional heavy capital approach to aerospace. But a paradigm shift is quietly and rapidly taking place. The conversation is no longer just two-horse race between billionaires backed by American titans. A new challenger has crashed the gate from an unexpected direction, proving that you do not necessarily need decades of heritage or billions in venture capital to crack the hardest engineering puzzle in the universe. That challenger is Astrobase Space Technologies. Today, we are going to break down how this Bangalore-based upstart, armed with radical approach to rocket propulsion and industrial scale, is emerging as one of the most compelling threat to the global launch monopoly. To understand why Astrobase has sent shockwaves through the industry, we first need to look at the entrenched heavyweights they are trying to disrupt. First is the SpaceX. The temple of vertical integration. SpaceX built its empire on a simple, ruthless philosophy: vertical integration and extreme speed iteration. By building almost every component from Merlin and Raptor engines to avionics, grid fins, the heat shield in-house, SpaceX compressed design cycle from years down to weeks. The Starbase ecosystem now comparatively is the facility in Hawthorne and Boca Chica, Texas, functions as massive continuous manufacturing assembly line. The Raptor monopoly. Until recently, SpaceX stood virtually alone in successfully flying a full flow stage combustion, which is FFSC LOX methane engine to orbit. This engine architecture is widely considered the holy grail of rocket propulsion because it routes both propellants stream through pre-burners, maximizing efficiency and the chamber pressure. Now let's talk about Blue Origin. The infrastructure play Blue Origin takes is a different one, heavily capitalized route. Rather than the prioritizing rapid iterative explosions on public beaches, Blue focuses on methodical, massive infrastructure. The New Glenn and the New Shepard programs are the hallmark. Powered by BE-4 engines, Blue Origin's facility features immense production plants designed for long-term reliability and heavy institutional payloads. Then, of course, they have the capital advantage as well. With Bezos funding the venture through multi-billion-dollar annual stock sale, Blue Origin can afford to take its time building out sprawling factory footprints and large complexes designed to last for generations. Yet, both companies share a common trait. They rely on massive centralized capital investment and monolithic scaling. They are monumental structures requiring astronomical operational weight. Now let's talk about this new player. Founded in 2024 by Neeraj Khandelwal, Dev Kumar Themasetti, the Astrobase Space Technologies entered the aerospace sector with deceptively simple mandate, and that was solve the global launch bottleneck by building an ultra high performance industrial ecosystem from ground up. The industry caught fire with Astrobase officially unveiled Everest, India's first privately built 800 kilonewton full flow stacked combustion FFSC liquid oxygen and methane rocket engine. So friends, now let's sink in for a moment. For years, FFSC cycle, the very architecture that make SpaceX Raptor engine so terrifyingly efficient, was viewed by aerospace engineers as an almost impossible complex mountain to climb. Only a handful of entities globally have ever managed to build and fly it. By successfully developing a 80-ton class FFSC cryogenic engine with specific impulse of roughly 340 seconds, Astrobase didn't just build a motor, they kicked down the door to an elite, previously exclusive club. Astrobase understood a fundamental rule of aerospace. Rocket programs are won or lost on the ground, not just in the air. The cryogenic test facility is also a definitive differentiator. The company secured 21.5-acre dedicated complex in Andhra Pradesh built for continuous high-scale cryogenic engine testing. They also have manufacturing backbone. Operating out of core 46,000 square foot assembly facility in Bengaluru, Astrobase is engineering an end-to-end production line capable of handling engine design, advanced additive manufacturing, subsystem integration, and hot fire validation under one roof. The core tension between SpaceX and Blue Origin and Astrobase boiled down to philosophical war. Centralized monolith versus distributed industrial agility. The myth that you need infinite cash for decades. Conventional wisdom stated that entering the orbital launch market required billions of dollars in initial venture funding or direct government subsidization. Astrobase's early funding trajectory, raising targeted seed round while rapidly hitting milestones after milestone, demonstrated that modern software-defined design, advanced 3D printing, and automated testing can radically compress the cost curve. The operational readiness is definitely much better here, and it's a shift. As Astro-based leadership has pointed out, the space is no longer just a mission-based, it is deeply operational now. The modern commercial satellite boom requires thousands of spacecraft to be launched, maintained, and replaced on tight schedule. Traditional giants build massive rockets that take immense time to refurbish or even scale up. Astrobase blueprint aims for an industrial rhythm, manufacturing up to 50 Everest engine annually, targeting a hot fire cadence of roughly one high thrust engine every single week once fully operational. By clustering these high efficiency engines under modular, partially reusable vehicles, Astrobase is setting sight on driving launch cost down to roughly about $300 per kilogram threshold in 2030. Can a nimble newcomer truly threaten a multi-billion-dollar monopoly built over 2 decades? The answer lies in shifting dynamics of the global space economy. the multipolar space race is definitely a reality. The United States no longer hold a strict monopoly on advanced propulsion R&D. Nations like India are aggressively supporting sovereign space capability through initiatives like InSpec, the Technology Adoption Fund, providing a fertile regulatory and financial breeding ground for startups like Astrobase to scale rapidly. Supply chain resilience is another one. Monolithic vertical integration works brilliantly until a supply chain bottleneck on regulatory roadblock at a single mega facility like environment review of Starbase, etc. And that could halt the operation. A decentralized agile manufacturing philosophy allows for a localized iteration, faster pivoting, and lower overhead cost. Then there is a methane advantage. By committing entirely on the LOX methane architecture, the Astrobase ensures its vehicles are primed for clean combustion, easier engine refurbishment, and future in situ resource utilization on lunar or Martian surfaces. So, in conclusion, the future of orbital access, which is Elon Musk changed the world by proving that rocket could land and fly again. Jeff Bezos is building the heavy institutional scaffolding to anchor humanity's industrial footprint in space, but history shows monopolies rarely fall from the top. They are outmaneuvered from the flanks by innovators who figure out how to do things cheaper, faster, and with deadlier efficiency. Astrobase development of Everest engine proves that era of exclusive rocket monopolies is drawing to a close. As decentralized manufacturing hubs scale up their cadence and drive costs down to unprecedented levels, the stars are no longer reserved for the deepest pocket on Earth. They belong to whoever can reach them first, smartest, and most often. So, friends, I've come to the end of our video. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you very soon in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज है जून 22, 22 जून है आज। आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का दिन होता है वो भगवान शिव के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे। एक मंत्र है जिसका हम जाप करेंगे 11 दफ़ा और आप सबको पता है कि मैं एक काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, तो ये काउंटर आप भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं और नहीं तो आप ये काउंटर है, जैसा आप आसान समझें, माला का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। लेकिन 11 दफ़ा आप मेरे साथ जुड़ें और इसका रिसाइटेशन करें। तो महामृत्युंजय का जाप करेंगे, ठीक है? तो भगवान का नमन कर लीजिए, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और उनको याद करिए और हम अब शुरू करते हैं अपनी पूजा। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीय मामृतात्। सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्तं मृत्युं जय शिवम् अवयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज की हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई। हमने आज महामृत्युंजय का जाप किया। भगवान शंकर को ये समर्पित है। तो आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ आज हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। जल्दी मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक कहीं मत जाइएगा।
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा, कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं, और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी, ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे, और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello friends and Namaskaram. A different kind of space race for India is heating up. While Elon Musk Starlink has been navigating a maze of Indian regulatory clearances, Mr. Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio has just dropped a bombshell. Reliance is reportedly eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into low Earth orbit (LEO), and that is a satellite market, if you don't know. And he is aiming to build a homegrown rival that could change the face of Indian internet forever. In this video, we break down the high-stake battle between the world's richest man and the India's biggest telecom partner. Let's go. Imagine a world where the most remote village in the Himalayas has the same internet speed as a penthouse in Mumbai. That world is coming, but it is not coming through cables, it is coming from the space. Welcome to the ultimate showdown of 2026, Reliance versus Starlink. This isn't just a business deal, it's a battle for India's digital sovereignty. For years, India has been the land of telecom wars. We saw 4G price plummet when Jio entered the market in 2016. But as of May 2026, terrestrial towers have hit a limit. While 99.6% of Indian districts have 5G coverage, there are still millions in shadow zones where fiber can't reach. And the price is definitely very big. A satellite communication market projected to reach 3.77 billion this year, growing at a staggering 16% CAGR. This is why Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns. One wants to bring this global network to India. The other wants to build a Desi constellation to protect India's interest. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Starlink is already a global powerhouse operating in over 100 countries. In India, Starlink has been chasing a launch since late 2022. So what's holding it up? As of today, May 6, 2026, Starlink is cleared for orbit but stuck in the tarmac. Although they have received a global mobile personal communication by satellite GMPCS license in June 2025, they are currently in security limbo. What are these hurdles? So first is the security hurdle. The Indian government has a very high standards. They require separate security clearance for every satellite gateway and localization of facilities for lawful interception. Next is the FDI logjam. Starlink's foreign direct investment proposal is still pending with the Department of Space. Third is the cost. While the Jio is known for being cheap, Starlink global hardware kit costs between $250 to $380, roughly about 21,000 to 31,000 rupees in Indian currency, with monthly fee potentially reaching 3,000 rupees. Can Musk drop the price low enough for the Indian mass market? That's a very big question at this point in time. Enter Mr. Mukesh Ambani. For a while, Reliance was working with SES on a medium Earth orbit (MEO) system called Geospace Fiber. But as of yesterday, May 6, 2026, the strategy has shifted dramatically. Reliance is now eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into LEO, low Earth orbit segment. And the war is now being fought at the war footing levels. Report indicates Reliance has formed 6 dedicated teams to work on the satellites, payload, launches, and the user terminals. The acquisition strategy is also being worked out. Ambani isn't just building from scratch. Reliance is reportedly looking to acquire an existing satellite entity that already has orbital slots and infrastructure to speed up the launch. And lastly, the sovereignty argument. Reliance is positioning this as a national security move. Having a made in India LEO constellation reduce dependency on the foreign entities, a critical factor given the global geopolitical climate at this point in time. So why the sudden pivot to LEO? Well, there are various advantages. First is the latency. The traditional satellite, which is MEO or GEO, are quite far away. They are further away. LEO satellites are closer to Earth, meaning lower latency. Perfect for 300 million Indian 5G users who want to game or video call without a lag. Next is the direct to device. In 2026 is the year which will be known for direct to device tech. Imagine your phone connected to a satellite automatically when you lose cell signal. Starlink and Geo are both racing to perfect this. Third is the spectrum battle. There is a massive debate over the spectrum pricing. The DOT is favoring a 5% charge on adjusting gross revenue, while Starlink is pushing for lower cost to make service viable in India. So, who takes the crown now? Starlink has proven tech and the global fleet. Reliance Jio has home court advantage, regulatory favor, and history of disrupting market with aggressive pricing. But don't forget the dark horse. Airtel's UTL set, OneWeb, and Amazon's project Kuiper are also in the wings, waiting for their share of 3.77 billion pie, which is just the Indian market. The winner won't just be one with the most satellite, it will be the one who can convince the Indian consumer to switch from their rupees 500 fiber plan to satellite dish. So friends, what do you think? Are you team Geo or team Starlink? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of the telecom, tech, and other business issues. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly, whether you should be buying, selling, or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk-free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long-term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city. It's a structural growth story. Whether you are looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one.
In the heart of San Francisco, Luna AI dared to reimagine shaping with $100,000 gamble on AI managed retail store. Sleek algorithm promised efficiency, but the grand experiment hit a very human snag, that is staffing, and that exposed the limit of automation. What was meant to be a glimpse of the future quickly became a cautionary tale of tech colliding with reality. In San Francisco, the promise of an AI-managed retail future took center stage when Luna AI unveiled its flagship store with $100,000 investment. The concept was bold. A retail space with the artificial intelligence would streamline operations, enhance customer experience, and reduce the reliance on traditional management structure. The launch drew attention from both tech enthusiasts and retail analysts, and they were eager to see how the automation could reshape the brick and mortar commerce. Yet, despite the futuristic vision, the store quickly encountered a very human problem: staffing issues. While AI managed the inventory analytics and customer flow prediction, and day-to-day realities of staffing proved harder to automate. Scheduling conflicts, employee turnover, and the need for human oversight exposed the limitation of purely AI-driven model. The irony was striking. A store designed to minimize the human dependency found itself struggling precisely to become of it. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So just put some comments about your city also. So now we were talking about the store and the Luna AI experiment underscores a broader tension in the modern retain, and technology can optimize the process, but it cannot fully replace the adaptability, empathy, and the problem solving skill of human staff. For investors and entrepreneurs, the lesson is clear. The innovation must balance automation with human capital. So Luna AI is a venture may have stumbled, but it has sparked a vital conversation about the future of retail, where the AI and people coexist rather than compete. So Luna AI store shows that even in the world run by algorithm, retail still need human touch. So Luna AI experiment in San Francisco was more than just a store. It was a test of how far automation can carry retail into future. Yet the staffing struggles revealed a truth that technology alone cannot erase the human presence and remains, and it also tells us that humans interventions, human presence remains the backbone of customer experience. The venture may have flattered, but it is but it leaves behind a valuable lesson, that the future of retail will not only to AI versus people, but AI working alongside with people. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. But before we go, we have a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Today we are discussing about a very important incident. Before this moment, a single book costed as much as a farm back in the days, and only few powerful elites controlled every word you are allowed to hear. But in the year 1450, a failed goldsmith used a secret metallurgical alchemy to hack a system and trigger the first true information explosion. This isn't just about machine, it's about the moment the clerical monopoly shattered and the modern world was born. Let's find out more about this incident. Imagine a world where the price of the single book is equal to the cost of the farm itself. A world where if you wanted to read, you had to ask permission from an elite gatekeeper who decided that the truth was what the truth was and what you are allowed to hear. For centuries, knowledge has not been shared with many and was not a right. It was a luxury for the ultra wealthy. So I am Chandrakant and welcome back to Akulmach. Today we are looking at the pivoting point of human history. The year is 1440. This is a story of Johannes Gutenberg, a man who made the modern world. We are going to explore how a failed goldsmith used secret metallurgical alchemy to hack the system and trigger the first true information explosion. This isn't just about a machine, it's about the moment the clerical monopoly shattered and the modern world was born. To understand the magnitude of Gutenberg's disruption, we have to look at the structure of the power in the 15th century before 1440. Information was controlled through bottlenecks. Scribes, often monks, would spend months, sometimes years, copying manuscripts and writing them down. This was a specialized job. If you are in a business owner or some sort of a business, a merchant or a student, you were operating in a vacuum. There was no scalability of information because books were so expensive. Education was centralized, and when you centralize the information, you centralize the power. This was a classic high barrier to entry market. The dark ages weren't just a lack of electricity, they were also lack of data flow. When the cost of information is infinite, innovation dies. But in the in the background of this stagnant economy, a man with experimenting with a new kind of product market fit. Enter Johannes Gutenberg. Now, history often paint him as a hero, but if we look at it through the lens of the modern business analyst, he was something else. He was a serial entrepreneur who struggled to find his footing. Gutenberg was goldsmith by trade, but he had a vision that others dismissed as too risky. He understood that the problem wasn't the content, it was the manufacturing process. He looked at the problem and took three seemingly unrelated technologies and converged them into one. First was the wine press. He repurposed the mechanical structure used for crushing the grapes to apply pressure on paper. Second is the oil-based ink. Traditional water-based ink was too thin. He developed a sticky oil-based ink that could adhere to metal. And number three is the movable metal type. This was his secret sauce. Instead of carving whole pages into a wooden block, he cast individual letter in metal. This meant he could reprogram his machine for any page, any text in any language. So he wasn't just a craftsman, he was an innovator who hacked the existing infrastructure to build a platform that allowed for a mass production. He didn't just build a printer, he built the world's first scalable information network. The moment Gutenberg fired up his press, the monopoly shattered. The clerical monopoly on the truth couldn't survive the efficiency of the printing press. When you lower the cost of production, you increase the velocity of the ideas. Suddenly, information began to move at the speed of the mail coach. Scientific theories, business treatises, philosophical debate, the very idea that could lead to the Renaissance and the scientific revolution were now accessible to the masses. This was the first information explosion. And just like the AI revolution we are witnessing today, the establishment fought back. They feared that if the common man could read, the hierarchy world would collapse. They were right. The democratization of information led to democratization of the power itself. Johannes Gutenberg taught as the ultimate lesson in the strategy. True disruption doesn't come from changing the rules of the game, it comes from changing the technology of the game itself. So, as we sit here in 2026, looking at how the AI and digital platforms are reshaping our own era, parallels to 1440 are staggering. We are only once again in a moment where the monopoly on knowledge is being handed back to the individuals. Just like Gutenberg's movable type allowed a merchant to become a scholar, today's digital tools are allowing you to become a creator, a CEO, a global citizen. The question isn't whether the world is changing, it is how you are going to use the tools at your disposal to lead the change. Gutenberg died in debt. He didn't live to see the global impact of his innovation, but he didn't care about the profit margin of his time. He cared about the legacy of his invention. And that is a mark of true visionary. The printing press didn't just print words, it printed the future. What are you building today? What were we building today? What that will define the future of our industry tomorrow. So, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the history of innovation, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to Akulmach. We break down the intersection of business, history, and technology that is constantly shaping our tomorrow. I am CK, and I will see you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Let me ask you, is the Big Bang singularity a myth? For decades, Einstein's general relativity and the quantum mechanics have been at war. While Einstein explained the cosmos and the quantum mechanics explain the subatomic, they break down at the very beginning of the time. Enter quadratic gravity, the potential missing piece that could finally unify the physics. In this video, we dive deep into the recent breakthrough in quadratic gravity. Unlike standard general relativity, which leads to impossible singularity, quadratic gravity introduces higher order terms. This mathematical addition might prevent universe from being hitting a zero, suggest a smooth, finite origin of our cosmos. Let us explore this further. For over 100 years, we have lived in Einstein's universe. His theory of general relativity is a masterpiece. It explains how gravity shapes galaxies, bend light, and keep time ticking. But if you rewind the cosmic clock back to 13.8 billion years, Einstein math does not do anything. In fact, it does something terrifying. It breaks down. At the very moment of the Big Bang, the general relativity point to a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume. In physics, infinite usually means we have missed something. It's a keep out sign posted by the universe. For decades, we have been looking for a bridge between the smooth curves of Einstein's gravity and the jittery, pixelated world of quantum mechanics. We have tried string theory, loop quantum gravity, and dozens of others, but a new old contender is making a wave, right? That is known as quadratic gravity. Today we are going beyond the Big Bang to see if this mathematical breakthrough is the missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the solution, we have to understand the failure. Einstein's gravity is based on Einstein-Hilbert action. In simple terms, it says that the matter tells space how to curve. and space tells matter how to move. This works perfectly for planets and stars. But when compress the entire mass of the universe into a smaller space than an atom, gravity becomes infinitely stronger. In the standard model, this leads to mathematical blow-up. This is where the quantum mechanics usually steps in. But gravity is a non-renormalizable factor here, or a component. When physicists try to apply quantum rules to gravity, they get nonsensical results, which are infinite probabilities that makes it impossible to calculate anything. Gravity and quantum mechanics are like two languages that refuse to be translated together. So how does the quadratic gravity fix this? It does something deceptively simple. In Einstein's original equation, the math only cares about the linear curvature of the space. Quadratic gravity says, what if we add the square of that curvature to the equation? In the world of math, these are called the higher derivative terms. At the scale of our solar system, these terms are so tiny they are almost invisible. Einstein's original math still rules the day. But as you get closer to Big Bang, where curvature becomes extreme, these quadratic turns on and they act like a cosmic buffer. Instead of letting the universe collapse into a single infinite point, these terms create a repulsive effect or smoothing mechanism. Think of it like a car suspension. On a flat road, you don't feel the spring. But when you hit a massive pothole, the Big Bang, the spring compresses and prevents the car from bottoming out. Quadratic gravity prevents the universe from bottoming out into a singularity. The most exciting part is this theory is renormalizable. In the year 1970, physicist Stella Still provided or proved that by adding these quadratic terms, the infinities in quantum gravity actually cancels out each other. For the first time, we had a version of the gravity that could play by quantum rules. So what does this mean for the Big Bang? If the quadratic gravity is correct, there was no beginning in the way we think of it. There was no point of zero volume. Instead, the universe might have reached a maximum density and then transitioned smoothly or even bounced from a previous state. It suggests a smooth origin, a universe that is finite, calculable, and most importantly, logical. It removes the magic of singularity and replaces it with elegance of higher order geometry. So, is the quadratic gravity the missing piece? It's not without its own problem. Some physicists worry about the ghost, mathematical states that have negative probability, which could then threaten the stability of the theory. But the recent work in phacons and a new mathematical framework are starting to bust these ghosts. We are currently in the golden age of cosmology with new telescopes and the gravitational wave detectors. We are looking closer to the echoes of the Big Bang than ever before. If we find specific pattern in the cosmic microwave background radiation, it might just prove that quadratic gravity was at work in those first few billionth of a second. If Einstein gave us the map of the stars, quadratic gravity might finally give us the map of the beginning. So what do you think, friends? Did the universe start from nothing, or is it a continuous cycle of geometry? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the deep fabric of reality. My name is CK. Thanks for watching. Before I go, I'd like to share a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, Nvidia is officially reinventing the PC. At Computex 2026, Jensen Huang unveiled the Nvidia RTX Spark, a revolutionary new ARM-based superchip designed to turn your Windows laptop into a powerful AI agent machine. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this massive shift in computing. From its Blackwell GPU architecture and 20-core Grace CPU to the game-changing 128 GB of unified memory, the RTX Spark is positioned to take on the biggest name in the industry. We look at how this chip enables 440p AAA gaming, 12K video editing, and the local AI agent processing an ultra slim laptop from partners like Microsoft, Dell, and HP. Let's go. For 40 years, the way we use the computer hasn't really changed. You click, you type, you launch an app, you wait for it to process. It's been a tool, but what if your PC wasn't just a tool anymore? What if it was a teammate? Today at Computex 2026, Nvidia and the Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang officially announced that the PC is being reinvented. Say hello to Nvidia RTX Spark, a class of ARM-based superchip. This is set to redefine what we expect from our laptop and a compact desktop. This isn't just an incremental update, it's a full stack integration of a 30 years of Nvidia innovation, which is CUDA, RTX, DLSS, all shrunk down into a powerhouse meant for a slim all-day battery laptop. So what is the RTX Spark exactly is? It is a custom designed system on a chip built in collaboration with MediaTek. At its core, you're looking at the hybrid architecture. There are several things that we need to look at. First, starting with GPU. It features a Blackwell based RTX GPU with 6144 CUDA cores and 5th generation Tensor cores capable of hitting 1 petaflop of AI performance. Next is the CPU itself. The CPU paired with 20-core Grace CPU connected via NVIDIA NVLink C2C interconnect for lightning fast communication. Third, very important, is the memory. And this is perhaps the most impressive part. It supports up to 120 gigabytes of unified LPDDR5X memory, which is pretty fast. NVIDIA is targeting high-end, thin and light design. Think of 14 to 16 inches laptop, as thin as 14 millimeters and weighing around 1.3 kilogram category. They are promising all-day battery life, which when you consider the raw performance is a massive technical leap. But why the Spark name? It's about the agentic era. NVIDIA and Microsoft have been working together for years to build a native window experience for a personal AI agent. Instead of you opening 5 different apps to get work done, the RTX Spark is designed to run these AI agents locally. We are talking about models with 120 billion parameters and 1 billion token context windows, all running right on your device for a maximum privacy. Imagine an agent that can scan your inbox, draft responses, organize your schedule across multiple pieces of software, all without you lifting a finger. Through NVIDIA's OpenShell runtime, this is all handled securely on a local device, removing the latency and the privacy concerns of a cloud based AI system. So, if you are a creator or a gamer, this chip is a monster. And let's start with creators. And how does it, promote creativity? It has a tie-up with Adobe. Adobe is re-architecting Photoshop and Premiere from the ground up for RTX Spark. We are seeing claims of 2x faster performance in editing, coloring, and generative AI effects. You can render 90 GB plus 3D scene or edit 12K video natively on a laptop. And for gamers, what are the advantages? We are looking at AAA titles running at 1440p resolution at over 100 frames per second with ray tracing enabled by utilizing DLSS and reflex. These machines are punching well above their weight class, closer to middle tier gaming rings from the standard Ultrabook. So when you can get one NVIDIA confirmed that these machines will hit the market this fall. We are talking about partners across the board: Dell, HP, Asus, Lenovo, MSI, and of course Microsoft with their new Surface Laptop Ultra. HP is also bringing the platform to their OmniBook line, and we will even see compact desktop variants. This launch marks NVIDIA's most aggressive entry into the consumer PC space since the early days of Tegra chip. They are going head to head with Apple's M series and Qualcomm Snapdragon X chip, but they are bringing the entire CUDA and RTX ecosystem with them. The era of manual PC is ending and the era of agentic PC is beginning. Whether the RTX Spark becomes the new gold standard for high-end Windows laptop remains to be seen. But one thing is clear, NVIDIA is just shifting the entire industry's trajectory. So friends, what do you think? Is this the upgrade you have been waiting for, or are you holding out for most of the details on the basis of the pricing, on the basis of launch? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the future of technology. I am CK and I will see you soon, very soon in the next one. Hello friends, we all know that in today's volatile business landscape, a CEO must be more than just a strategist. They must be a vision bearer, a protector, an innovator, and a stabilizing force. Therefore, in this video, we decode the lessons learned from Bhagavad Gita and reveal the ultimate CEO matrix, a 12-point leadership framework hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Let's go. Take a look at the modern C-suite. Today's CEO is expected to be visionary, futurist, a flawless operator, and a compassionate HR leader, a ruthless cost cutter, and an unshakable anchor during a crisis. We are told to look at Silicon Valley playbook, Ivy League case studies, and agile framework to survive. But what if the most comprehensive all-weather matrix for executive leadership wasn't written in a modern business school? What if it was mapped out thousands of years ago? So friends, welcome back. Today we are cracking open a timeless text that Bhagavad Gita talks about, specifically mentioned in chapter 9 verse 18. In this single verse, an incredible 12-point leadership framework is laid out. We call it an ultimate CEO matrix. Let's decode how these 12 ancient principles can completely redefine how you run your business today. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the text. The verse begins with the word, I am the goal, I am the supporter. Right? As a CEO, your first and most foundational role is to be, the goal itself. In corporate terms, this is your North Star. If the CEO vision is blurry, the entire company stumbles in the dark. Being the goal means you don't just chase quarterly profits, you define the ultimate purpose of the enterprise. Why does your company exist? Where are your steering, and where are you taking the ship? You must embody that final destination. But a goal without infrastructure is just a pipe dream. And that is why the very next word is supporter, which is Bharata. This is the ultimate nod to the servant leadership. A true CEO doesn't sit on a throne expecting to be served. You are the ultimate support system. Your job is to clear roadblocks, secure funding, provide resources, and empower your executives to do their best work. You define the destinations, but you also build the road. Next, the verse gives us two seemingly contrasting roles, which is master, in Sanskrit this is Prabhu, and witness, which is Sakshi. So let's talk about being the master. At the end of the day, accountability stops with you. When the crisis strikes, a CEO must step up, claim extreme ownership, and make tough decisions. You are the ultimate authority. But look at how the Gita balances this power. Immediately after the master, it introduced the concept of witness. This is one of the rarest, most valuable skills in the modern business. Emotional detachment. As a witness, a CEO must be able to step back from the daily fire drill, put ego aside, and observe the company objectively. Are your sales dropping because of the market trends or because your product is genuinely losing relevance? If you are too emotionally reactive as a master, you will make panicked decisions. But if you can occupy the seat of an unbiased witness, you analyze data clearly, see reality of what it is, and govern with absolute clarity. Now we move from human element of the corporate scaling, and the words highlight the three beautiful concepts, which is abode, shelter, and well-wisher. Think about the word abode, which is Nivas. An abode is a home for a CEO. This means creating a corporate culture where people feel a sense of belonging. It's about building an ecosystem from talent. It doesn't just work but thrive and put down the roots. And when things go wrong, because they have always do, you must become the shelter. In the modern corporate world, fear paralyzes innovation. If your employees think a single mistake will get them fired, they will play it safe. When a microeconomics downturn hit or a bold product launch fail, a stellar CEO act as a shield. You take the blame externally while giving your team the psychological safety internally to learn, pivot, and fix it. And you do this because you are their well-wisher. A well-wisher is a friend who expects nothing in return. As a CEO, your leadership shouldn't be purely transactional. You must genuinely care about the growth, well-being, and future of your people, your customers, and your stakeholders as well. When people know their leader genuinely desire their success, loyalty isn't demand, it's naturally given. Now let's pivot to the strategy and operations. Bhagavad Gita introduced a profound triad: creation, destruction, and maintenance. This is literally the life cycle of every product, every business unit, and every market economy. First, creation. A CEO must drive innovation. You are the entrepreneurial spark pushing for the new R&D, entering new markets and birthing new ideas. But you cannot have creation without destruction. So in business, this is what legendary economist Joseph Schumpeter called creative destruction. As a leader, you must have courage to kill an underperforming project, sunset legacy products, and disrupt your own business models before competitor does it for you. And while you're balance creating the new and destroying the old, you must also master the maintenance. This is the operational excellence. It's optimizing cash flow, stabilizing supply chain, and keeping the core engine of your company running flawlessly. The ultimate CEO knows exactly when to create, when to maintain, and when to ruthlessly destroy. Finally, the verse conclude with the ultimate asset management strategy, the reservoir and the eternal seed. The reservoir is where the wealth and the resources are stored. In business, this is your capital allocation, your treasury, your reserves, and your talent pool. A reckless CEO burns through cash to chase vanity metrics. A visionary CEO builds a deep reservoir so the company can survive dry seasons, funding droughts, and unexpected market recessions. And lastly, we have the eternal seed. What is the seed? A seed is something small today that holds the genetic blueprint of a massive forest tomorrow. Every decision you make as an executive should be a seed planted for the future. This is about legacy. It's about succession planning. It's about building a corporate value that outlasts your tenure, outlasts your current product line, and survive the decades to come. So to look at a complete matrix: goal, supporter, master, witness, abode, shelter, well-wisher, creation, destruction, maintenance, reservoir, and the eternal seeds. So when you synthesize chapter 9 verse 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, you realize that leadership isn't a one-dimensional job. It is a 360-degree spiritual and strategic responsibility. So friends, next time you walk into your boardroom or sign off on a massive corporate pivot, ask yourself, which quadrant of the matrix does my company need from me today? Do they need the witness to evaluate, the shelter to protect, or the seed to build the future? Lead holistically, lead with purpose. So friends, if you have any questions or any suggestions, kindly feel free to drop in your comments. And if this ancient framework changed how you view your modern executive role, hit that subscribe button, share this video with your fellow founders, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. So see you in the masterclass next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now,
In a world wired by energy, the true revolution isn't about roaring engines or the blazing rocket. It is a silent spark inside a battery. From powering our phones to propelling electric dreams, the next generation of batteries promises not just a longer life, but a cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable future. The hum of the progress is quiet, but its impact will echo across the industries and civilization. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories of universities and research center, a revolution is unfolding. One that doesn't roar like a rocket launch or dazzles like a meteoroid shower, but instead hums softly in the background of our daily lives. It is the revolution of batteries, the hidden engines of modern civilization. From the phone in your pocket to the car in your driveway, from the solar panel on rooftop to the satellite orbiting Earth, batteries are the invisible lifeblood of our technological age. And now, new research suggests that the new wave of breakthrough could transform energy storage efficiently, sustainability, and the way that ripple across the society. For decades, lithium ion batteries have been the reigning champion. They powered that smartphone revolution, enabled electric vehicle, and made renewable energy more practical. Yet, their limitations are becoming increasingly clear. They degrade over time, rely on scarce materials like cobalt, and struggles to store the enough energy for the demand of a world racing towards the electrification. So, the urgency of the climate change and the global push for cleaner energy have turned batteries innovation into one of the most critical scientific frontier of 21st centuries. So, recent advances point to several promising directions, and the solid state batteries, for instance, replace the flammable liquid electrolyte with the solid materials and offering greater safety and higher energy and of course that energy with density. So imagine an electric car that charges in minutes and drives for 1,000 kilometers without refueling. Sounds good, na? So, the researchers are also exploring sodium ion batteries, which use abundant salt instead of lithium, and potentially decrematizing the excess of energy storage by reducing cost and reliance on geopolitical sensitivity in supply chains. So, meanwhile, the flow battery is a large system where the energy is stored in the liquid tank could revolutionize the grid storage, allowing renewable energies from wind and solar farms to capture and the release that steadily, and even when the sun sets or the wind dies down. So, efficiency is another frontier. Scientists are experimenting with nanomaterials that allow iron to move more freely, reducing energy loss and extending battery life. Others are designed like self-healing electrodes that repairs the microscopic cracks and prolonging the lifespan of the device. Sustainability, yes, very, very important. So that too is at the heart of this revolution. So recycling technologies are being developed to recover valuable metals from the old batteries and recreating circular economies where the waste become raw material for the next generation of the storage. So the implications are definitely profound. A breakthrough in the battery technology doesn't just mean better gadgets. It actually reshape entire industries. Transportations could shift decisively towards electric mobility, slashing the emission from the cars and trucks and the planes. And the home could become self-sufficient. Power hubs and the storage of solar energy during the day and then releasing it at the night. So, developing the nations often constraints by the unreliable grid could and that could actually leapfrog into the decentralized energy system powered by affordable, durable batteries. Even the space exploration stands to benefit, with the spacecraft and the lunar base requiring the robust, lightweight storage solutions. So, yet the challenge remains. So, scaling laboratories' success into the mass production is the notoriously difficult, and the cost must be driven down, supply chain secured, and the safety ensured. So, the story of the battery breakthrough is not one of that single inventions, but a countless incremental steps. So each building on the last and each bringing us closer to the world where the energy is clean, abundant, and accessible. So in the end, batteries are more than just a storage device. They are enablers of possibilities. So they hold within them the promise of sustainable future, where the human ingenuity aligns with the planetary needs. As researchers push the boundaries of chemistry and physics, they are not merely improving technology, they are rewriting the script of civilization's energy story. The hum of tomorrow, battery, and maybe quiet, but with their impact will be thunderous, and very, very profound. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one.